Even now, in a place that's so lonely, there's a fire so strong. It feeds from my thoughts and it changes my words. It changes my vision, but it takes so long to get through. Bundle of nails, a sheet when I'm talking. My trembling fingers find it all too much to bear. A bundle of nails is set for the taking. I need to stop shaking or I blow my chance again. Take a bow to the strangest of feelings. Is it really so strange? I'm lost in the haze, but I felt it before. I remember heard it in an old song, and I know how it feels, 'cause I'm a bundle of nails. I shake when I'm talking. My trembling fingers find it all too much to bear. We're a bundle of nails, it's set for the taking. I need to stop shaking or I blow my chance again. Don't say what you wanna say. Sleepless nights I here to stay. I wear away the carpet in my room. Now well before the breakout day, my fingernails now been chewed away. I'm starting on my knuckles pretty soon. Listen and you'll hear the heartbeat of a universe teeming with force. See all the forms and the faces of nature taking its course. And feel all the wonderful motion flowing through things far and near. Nature will share her secrets when we are ready to hear. Energy, these are a few of your faces, glowing in timeless places, bringing our lives new graces. Energy, there is no living without you. We must keep learning about you. Now is the time to find how to. Energy, you are profound. You make the world go round and round. You make the world go round. You make the world go round. You make the world go round.
Thank you, Energy. Hello, everybody. How's it going? Hope you had a good weekend. Here we are at the end of it. It is Sunday. Robotic Compares, thank you for following. Appreciate that. Thank you to 5-Day Rental for 31 months. Appreciate that. Hope you're having a good evening. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, I know there's not a mod here. Someone chill. Chill or I'll make you a mod. You don't want that. Pete X said, thank you so much for 22 months. Appreciate it. We finally got one day of good news today. Thank you, Pete. Hope you had a good weekend. Piffs, what do you want me to text Jeff? Nicholas, thank you for following. Appreciate that. Hi, everyone. Marcus Aurelius, thank you for 6 months. You know, I'm actually somehow caught a midsummer cold for my kid. Thanks for the much energy. You're welcome. I'm actually I'm listening to a new audiobook. I finished my one on history of the alphabet. Thank you, JT World Peace. Thank you for 24 months. Congratulations on your Mike McQuanchy badge. Appreciate it. Thank you for saying Peebus. But yes, so my new book is just talking about various golden ages, quote unquote, throughout history. And they are talking about the Romans right now. And Marcus Aurelius' name keeps coming up. And every time I'm like, well, oh, that guy from my chat. No, it's the real one. Not even the one from that movie. The real one. Text Jeff, ask him how his vacation has been so far. Oh, I'll play the tin whistle in a minute there. I'm gonna sneeze. Excuse me. Yeah, Grub should be getting back. Well, I assume he's home now. He's back to work tomorrow. So he was the one who gets to talk about the game's done quick stuff, if you saw that. Interesting. Dean Bowling, thank you for 27 months. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Where's Grub? I just texted him not that long ago. Oh, right. Okay. Let's see here now. Did I think... Oh, sorry. Did I thank Dean Bowling? I think I did. Thank you, Dean Bowling. Appreciate that. Alrighty. So it was... Piff is... Oh my gosh, everybody. Thank you so much. Keeps going. Piff is... Wait, no, I already wrote that part. Wants to know how your vacation was. There you go. Blaze and Noah, thank you so much for 3 months. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hope you had a great weekend. Appreciate it, appreciate it, appreciate it. Righty, let me get a song for you. Turn off my gate for a moment so that you actually hear it. What's the best framing for this? I'll do this. I hate doing it like this. You can't even see. Here we go. Ooh, last note was bad, but otherwise not good. I don't know. Otherwise, pretty good. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I think. Look, I can't tell everyone how to feel. I think GDQ can get a little bit of grace with it. If you missed it, so, Summer Games So Quick was amazing. It was great. They raised a bunch of money, as they always do, right? They always do a lot of good work. Today, though, they were doing a 30th anniversary Metal Slug stream sponsored by SNK, right? And like GDQ needs sponsorship money, of course. But SNK is owned by Saudi Arabia, who specifically with the LGBTQ plus community, which is a huge part of Games Done Quick, right? So, they were called out on it, and I think at first it was like, they're banning people chatting, but like then they stopped the thing like mid show, right? So they stopped it. They issued what seems like a genuine apology. I don't like. Look, they should not have done it, and they should have vetted that more. But again, if anybody deserves a little bit of grace here for all of the good they have done, I think it's Games Done Quick. Look, I think the whole SNK Saudi thing is tough for retro nostalgic gamers, right? Because we love Neo Geo, and sometimes we forget. Like, hey, I bought that new Neo Geo thing very excitedly. I'm like, ooh, cool. And it was kind of only afterwards where I got clarity. I'm like, oh, right. And frankly, I need to cancel that. That's something I need to get on. Because that was an embarrassing thing that I did. I should not have done that. And it's weird, like, because, you justify it in so many ways. Where you're like, well, blah, 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 this and that, right? Like, what difference does it make? And you look at the larger retro community, and they seem to not care. So you're like, well, if so-and-so isn't taking a moral stand, why do I have to, right? But it's shitty. It is shitty. And, like, obviously, I would not talk about that thing on content. So I'm not going to, like, have it in my house, pretend that I don't either. So I need to cancel that personally. But, yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. Something to, as somebody in a company that takes sponsorship, it's always a good lesson, these things, right? Yeah, you could see maybe like it was the week they were doing Games Done Quick, so perhaps the organization of this thing the cracks a little bit. I don't need to make excuses for them. I don't need to tell people they can't be mad at them, but personally, I can give them a little bit of grace there. They have done obviously a lot of good over the years. But that's that's one of the main reasons why the Saudi government wants to invest in video games, aside from just spreading out its investments outside of oil, is because they want to improve their reputation to the larger world, right? So sponsoring things like Games Done Quick, they do that not because they are hoping to sell more SNK products. They're doing that to appear more friendly and palatable to us. And it's not like they're like doing, it's not like they're doing all the reforms and everything like that. It's that. So, I don't know. I wonder if Jeff will have interest. Jeff will come home to this and everything else will be fun. L, J, and Dross Salvarado, thank you for following. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah, we're playing some more Elden Ring today. Hey, my Chris, we're playing Elden Ring. That's what up. There's Firehair. Hi, Firehair. Yeah. So yeah. I mean, it's interesting how many people like a lot of us know that SNK is owned by the Saudi government. There's a lot of people who don't. There's a lot of people who'd be surprised to know that. We're playing more Elden Ring today. We're at 87 deaths, so hey, maybe a shot's gonna happen tonight at number 100. Want to get to the Radahn Festival. I think that should be doable tonight. I think that's right. We'll see. So we'll get there. Yeah, I think most people are pretty level-headed about it working. I think people, again, if anybody has earned a bit of grace, it would be Games Done Quick. Even now. Oh, goddamn it, I have that song stuck in my head. I'm excited for this week at Giant Bomb. I don't have to be on literally every show this week, so that'll be bit more chill for me. Dr. Feelbad, thank you for the stream streak. Appreciate that. So we have got Grub back. We got Jam back, I believe. The bike costume is going to be pretty good. So there is, new Bike Club on Wednesday. New season of Bike Club starring Grub. Maybe we'll be able to start filming the Backlor one. Why did I launch Terratech Region by accident? Sorry, I do play that game quite a bit. Guess why is this scared? Finally, Grub playing the innocent bystander and all this, and we won't let him anymore, damn it. Yeah, I do think this one actually is not going to be this. It's not going to be a space day situation, at least I don't think, where this is going to take a season, like a literal calendar year season to get through. Durf is going to be pre-recorded, yes. Pre-recorded and put on premium. All right. He did manipulate us. That's why it's going concurrent through the other series. So you're not missing any Bike Club content, but this is like that bonus stuff. Robotic Bears, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Appreciate that, Robotic Bears. Hope you're having a good evening. Thank you. Right. I mean, you know what if Durf says something horrible we need to censor later? Okay. So, we should probably explore this cave. I don't think we can explore the cave till we get down. Let's just follow the path for a bit. Let's, like, get to this crone. Look at the telescope. There's the map. I think it's kind of down here somewhere, if I remember correctly, but it's been a while. Durf is pretty. I thought you said that about my father. Hey. I'm going to be at BlizzCon this year. And I'm bringing my brothers. So we're going to BlizzCon so we can say hi. And also, maybe one of the nights after BlizzCon, we can do a bit of a meetup. Call it a giant bomb / 90s Disney meetup in downtown Disney. Which you don't need a ticket to get into, just downtown Disney. You didn't know. It's right by the conference. What the? I don't remember this. This wall always here? I'm going to the Oogie Boogie Bash on that Thursday before BlizzCon. I'm excited for that. Never done that. Ah. What am I hearing? Hey, stop that. I doubt I'll be able to go to Awesome Games Done quick in Atlanta. Just kind of, you know. I'm too spoiled from those years of getting to do it. Freaking at home. How much will you laugh? New StarCraft game is called Ghost. I would actually think it's cool, I gotta be honest. I'm a loser. No. I'd be like, that's neat. What are the things pointing at? I already went down there. But yeah, fully expected to see a new StarCraft game. What is going on here? Look at these guys. Well, they got some good souls on them. Whoops. Maybe I should have stayed on my horsey. I can't take advantage of that. Ow. Whew. Yeah, it's trying to be like, we're fine, everybody. All right. Let's see. I mean, look, I bet they're gonna make another game. Yeah, I don't think that. It's just a lot of other questions. And regardless if they're fine, the people that they fired aren't. Love a good whirl of flame. Well, I'm expecting the new Blizzard game to probably be a shooter. I don't know. I don't think it's going to be an RTS. Maybe someday I need to play StarCraft on stream. Is this a boss? What is this fucking thing? Oh, I used my flask. Not a bar. Oh, that was easy enough. Honestly, at least growing up, I never was a big RTS guy, but I liked the Warcraft games more than the StarCraft ones personally. So I would pop more for a Warcraft RTS. I don't think that's on the table. Especially when they kind of fumbled the remakes a bit, remasters. Seemed like a bit ago there was a bunch of people trying to make their own StarCrafts and RTS things, and I don't know, like, the resurgence never really happened, at least from my perspective. You forgot there's RTS Warcraft? Man, yeah. I mean, when I was younger, Warcraft 2 and Warcraft 3 were very big deals. Yeah, I need to actually try Age of Empires 4 at some point. I actually haven't played that yet. I used to like Age of Empires 2 quite a bit when I was younger. There's a bunch of RTS. I've barely ever touched the Command and Conquer series. I don't know. I'm kind of in the mood for that. Maybe I should be doing some of that. Have there been good remasters of the Command and Conquer games? Just Red Alert 1. They remastered 1 and... I have to see which one I should play and how would I play it. I believe Red Alert 2 the one people like. I played a bit of Red Alert 3 when it was new, and I did like it, but I didn't like beat it. That's the only one I ever actually really played. These guys explode, don't they? Yep. Yeah, Dan likes Command & Conquer quite a lot. Which is weird. It seems so outside of his normal wheelhouse. Right? I don't know. I guess I wouldn't have guessed RTS was a genre he liked, and I wouldn't have... And it's also a very PC gaming franchise, right? And normally he was uninterested in those games for a while. Because the FFV cutscenes were right. You know, I think Dan likes that kind of military fiction stuff, right? Obviously, you know, like Metal Gear and whatnot. That's his Disney. These guys barely give any experience. I should probably just let them explode and get on with my life. Usually there's stairs somewhere in these places. Maybe this big guy's guarding it. Oh, I gotta get behind him. There's always a dude there. Turn around. There we go. And there's usually some secret area in these ruins, some stairs going down to a catacomb or something. Yeah, I think I bought the Dawn of War. I can't remember if it was the one, the remaster. I know there's maybe people didn't like the remaster. Here we go. But I gotta check those games out at some point. I know people like them. I kind of also want to play that weird EverQuest one that no one remembers, but God knows how you have to get that working these days. Ah, fuck me. At least they're not very strong. Damn it, I hit his head. Okay. Oh, just don't die. Just don't die here and we're good. Okay. Whoa! That was lucky. Okay. me a second, buddy. God damn it. I think it's be easy now. Ugh. Keep hitting his fucking head. Oh my god, I suck. Oh my god. Like. Brute force that one. Had a really good starting kill there, then it was garbage. I think this is the shield I used in my first run for a very long time. I can't remember this now. Yep, that used that shield. Well, most of my first playthrough. Yeah, I barely used the flamethrower part of it. Just like its stats. Hit L2 and R2 for the weapon art. Well, I know about this thing. 1 second, let's get... Where's my... Okay. I know about the L2. What do you mean hit L2 then? Oh, so that's right. Yeah. That's why I forgot how it works. Yeah, I never... Always kind of forget about it. Do you remember what armor? Not really. I wore the pumpkin head for a bit. Not the whole game, though. Over there, right? I think that's where the Radahn Festival... Or one of these forts. Probably not that. That's too small. Probably this thing over there. Yeah. Where's the crown? There you are.
You... Are you one for to the south? To
there we
the
go.
East. The hardened but dare into the heart.
Alright, this is where we need to be. Good. I kind of want to start getting some endurance up. Maybe to 20 at least. I would like to get light rolls going here. Something to figure out with a little bit more endurance, potentially. We gotta get this map at some point. There's also this... Maybe we should go to this cave first. See what crafting materials we can find. May as well. Let me get a drink real quick. I've already finished my diet Dr. Pepper. And at last I've seen a bug. I hope the bug is lifted. And at last I've seen a bug. What did I do? And it kind of looks like a bug. feel like one of those crow monsters is going to be around here somewhere. Oh, there's another minor Erd tree as well. Jump the fence. Eee. What's going on here? Oh, we can't be friends? Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? Ooh, I got a straight sword from that. Ah, where'd you come from? Jesus. How did I miss? You had the drop on me there, buddy. Okay, can I, like... I still don't have any other bracers. Oh. I'm like this... Whoa! Jeez. I was just trying to see if there's like anything I can do to get me to light rolls. I gotta put that other armor back on because it looks like right now the answer is no. Ow, ow, ow. Gotta kill this guy. Oh, it goes backwards? Hello. Whoa, cool flip, dude. Hey, your friends are here. Ah! Ah! Don't kill me. You're not dead. I know about your flip now, idiot. Damn. You are strong. Oh, didn't think you're gonna do that. Get back over here. Oh, you just refilled my flasks? Okay. May as well go back to going to the heaviest one that still has me doing medium rolls. Doesn't really matter until I get to light. Hey, G Nitro. I don't remember what this place is, because this is not the Radahn Festival place. We're exploring it anyways. There's the minor Erd tree over there. That's the one I've already been to. It's just further away. I see. They're big. North Fader, thank you for following. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. Guess we're... Oh. I see. Here we go. Hey, Marcus. Thank you for the 65 stream streak. I'm going to see. I think my brother got tickets. I don't know if I say I'm excited. I bet it's going to be good. The other people were pretty excited. Oh, thank you again, North. Appreciate you watching Giant Bomb. Appreciate you being here. I just said it's a no helper. I said it's a no summon run. The messages are fun. Oh. Hey, you. Go visit your friend down there. No death rednecks in. The challenge run I want to do someday is the classic no soul levels Dark Souls 1 run. Yeah, I've been told that's kind of the classic challenge run. Oh, this guy's not really need to heal. Ah! Damn it, Mike. I'm stupid. Alright. Get back there. Think you can do it? I mean, given enough persistence. I mean, that's a run where you kind of... Oh, there's Snake America. Nice. Where you kind of have to do some research, right? You got to either get that... Like, you got to get the one weapon, you got to do the pyromancy. It's one of those things, right? Yeah. Get power within or whatever. You don't do it blind. Yeah, I bet Dark Souls 3 would be fun with that. I would not really bother with Dark Souls 2 unless... I'll say, unless the monetary gains seemed worth it. Yeah, I'm glad I played Dark Souls 1 one time. There's a ghost there. Damn it, that always gets me. I kinda got you. Don't kill me again. Ah! Alright, we're doing the thing. Ah, teleport! He didn't care. He's mad. Stupid shield! Ah! Jeez. Puffy. Raise his strength. Oh wait, I'm not doing strength. I'm dex. Hello. What you looking at? Where the festival's gonna happen? Yeah. Oh, we're going to the festival. Don't worry. Why somebody die here? Radahn Summonless will probably be a fun challenge, yeah. Ooh, framing. Oh shit, where does this go? Wait. I think this takes you to the festival, or something like it. I forget. I guess there's only one way to find out. What's this do? Where's this take me? Yep, it does. Didn't really count on being here this soon. Let's hope we can find a bonfire. Ah! Ow! Saw that! Just here for the party. No, not again. Ow, ow, ow. God damn it. It's even worse because he's got fire. If I die, I don't really know how to get back here. Thank you, tree. So I never quite understood how we kill Radahn here, but he then also shows up at the end of the DLC. But whatever. He's a god or something. He was reborn, etc., etc. So on. Alright, I might need my horsey. Now, buddy. Oh, hey, thank you. Yeah, I thought you were gonna jump. Oh, right. Oh. Ooh! Oh, he's strong! Please tell me there's a stake over here, because I don't have anything. I don't even know it's going to take me to that stake in the fortress again. Yeah, I am way back. Shit. Okay. Back to Fort Gale. Ugh. That's annoying. That's what I get. Just run over there this time. And I am a continent away. Yeah, where was that? Over here? Jesus. Like, a part of me does think I want to find a bonfire and then teleport away, do a few other things before I just go to the festival right away. Was Moog's body? I never understand. Whatever. Oh, oh, the big guy's not up there anymore. Oh, yes, he is. Never mind. Never mind. Moog? Yeah, the only ever time I fought Moog was like when I went to start the DLC and realized I never fought him before. We'll do him relatively later. Oh, that's still happening? Great. Okay, maybe I should have killed that guy. Ow. Probably wants to go see what's in that room, but... Aren't you in your spot? Ugh, if I roll down there, I won't know how to get to the thing. Yeah, I kind of do want to go down there and kill that thing, but not right now. Let's run past these assholes. Too hard. Oh, right. Climb, buddy, climb. Woo. Whoa! Just a little. Okay, I think that hitbox is actually a little bullshit. I'm just going to say it. I think I was fine. All right. Okay, let's run over to my souls. Let's maybe not fight the giant. Again, I just want to find a bonfire. Gotta be one in this fortress. Fuck me. Oh, it's right here. Okay. I'm sure that gate's not going to open anyway, so I don't think we're on that way. Now I am curious about what's here. Ah, jeez, that's a pretty big smithing stone. Too bad. What I really need is the special smithing stone 5, which I bet somewhere in Kayla I can find those. Somber. Okay. Man, that guy is trying to follow me. Why does my horsey not want to come back? Oh, can I make this jump? It's fine. Just a little damage. Actually, no damage. Right, bats. Yeah, seems promising. Oh, I've been watching the Indiana Jones playthrough. Nice, nice, nice. Whoops. Actually touched the touchpad. Let's make sure this is two-handed. Didn't forget. Also, I don't want the Wondrous Flask yet. Whoa, careful, Mike. I don't believe you. Yeah, I thought so. Why are so many dead people right here? This one bat did it? How bad can one bat be? Let me see. Damn it. That one has a human face. I don't like it. Okay. Well, I got a flashback. Go up there and go up the ladder. Go up the stairs first. This Fro might have. Oh. I guess we're going up the ladder. I don't know, does anybody have a favorite playthrough of mine that I've done on stream or on a VOD at this point? Dark Souls 2, really, yeah. There's a lot of suffering. Oh, Outer Wilds, that was fun. Star Trek, I'm glad you like the Star Trek one. I enjoy that. Don't know Grace, that's true. Bucky goes. Disco Elysium. Yeah, I'll do that DLC at some point for Outer Wilds. June 33. Sekiro, I like Sekiro. Yeah, GoldenEye. The GoldenEye might have been my most viewed one when it happened live, at least. People... And I got Perfect Dark now, so we can do Perfect Dark at someday. I really liked Lies of P a ton. I think the most fun I had with a game dive stream, my favorite like game dive stream so far has been Sekiro. That was awesome. Lies of P DLC was awesome. Oh, that guy's gonna be a problem. So annoying because I have so many souls. Alright, just don't die to this guy. You should just run at him, get him a jump in. Damn it. Oh god, Mike, please. Swing and swing. There we go. Don't mean a thing. But ain't got that swing. Wop do wop do wop do wop. Hear angry dogs. Oh, anyway. There's the steak. America, that's something. There's a lot of people in here. They're all weak. Alright, I think this is going to open up that path from earlier. Getting a lot of souls. I have not really played much of a Yakuza game before. I played Summon 7 when it came out. So at some point, Yakuza 0 at least I want to do. At some point. Because that seems to be everyone's favorite, right? It seems most people's favorite. Endurance from potential? There is, actually. That's a good point. It's pretty... I will say, like, the length for Boy was pretty ideal for us. It's an NPC. They already played Yakuza 0 on GB. I heard this guy a while away. I really don't want to fight those two big things over there yet, that's for sure. Ain't doing that. Ain't doing that yet, not till I get a bonfire, damn it. Okay, if I don't do a giant bomb, I would just do it here. Depends. Beast in the East did it, neato. Well, what would be the most boring thing I could stream besides Disco Elysium? I'm joking. I am joking. Alright. How am I... That's the main gate. I guess there's gotta be something back there. Oh god, the goo. Assassin's Creed Shadows. I bet that's kind of largely cutscenes. I really have not played a second game. But am I checking out the Black Flag remake, as I did like that original game. I played Crosscode. I actually did. I liked Crosscode. I also was like 30 hours into it. And there was not an end in sight, and I was a little exhausted by it. It's an intense game. Like, those puzzles are not joking around. I was a point where I was like, I think I need a break, and then I just never kind of got back to it from the break, you know? And, like, at that point with that game, that's kind of a hard game to jump back into the middle of a 30-hour playthrough, right? Oh, Shadows, there's more gameplay to cutscene. swear I saw it earlier than that. But yeah. God, I want a bonfire. The hell? That used for the festival? I can't remember. Oh boy. Let's see what's in here. Or am I crouching? It's stealth. It just kind of helps me be undetected if there's any enemies sneaking around. Did I play Stellar Blade? No. I mean, I kind of want to. It is, like, I do find the character design weird. I just do. And, you know, like, there's some chuddiness around the game, which kind of made it seem a bit unappealing. I did play a little bit of it, and it was, like, the combat did feel good. It was fun. How long are you gonna do that, buddy? Oh, my God. Ah, no! Please tell me there was a stake somewhere. Please tell me. Oh, God. What do you mean, rest in peace to those souls? We're going back for them. It's fine. Fuck! Why wasn't I not being extremely careful with that fight? Oh, this sucks. Oh, this is a long one. Oh, my God. How's there not a single bonfire? Shut up, everyone. You're all going to see me get those souls back. You're going to feel like stupid idiots. That's a lot. That's way too many souls. I might need to go kill that guy, I've learned. Yeah, screw it. Ah! I just wanted to get off the horse slowly and gently. I didn't want to yeet off the horse into the abyss. That was so many souls. What sucks is I'm still going that way. I still gotta go that way. I'm just not gonna get my souls back ever. God damn it. $21,000. That's how much. Thank you. Good to know. I'll get half that many back just having to fight my way through there again. Oh my God. I should have just done the platforming on the horse. I'm so mad. Oh my God. Fucking Radahn. Oh, look at my souls. Why didn't I just do this? What was I so afraid of? Why am I an idiot? Oh, man. Batman Begin. That was a whole level, and then some. Still running past these guys. It was a mistake to do this. There we go. Run, you idiot. Alright. Be a bit more careful with the pumpkin head this time. Maybe I should at least backtrack here for a second. There's gotta be one behind, like on the other side of this bridge at least, right? Oh, fuck me. Oh, fuck me. Oh, this was, yeah, okay, so this is why you need the teleportation, I think I have learned. Never mind. This is why you have to teleport to get here. Because they'll just fucking shoot you. Fighting you. But I couldn't like open that gate from the other side when I was there. Maybe I could have, but I didn't. What am I doing? Fine. Okay, I don't want to fight you guys. I'm gonna do a surprisingly large amount of my horse. I did unlock this shortcut. At least. Oh, those souls, those souls. Oh, just don't think about it, Mike. I wonder what the most amount of souls I've ever lost in these games is. That might be up there. Yeah, where were you at, buddy? Where were you? This is more for summoning people, isn't it? Yeah, I get these mixed up. Don't worry, we're not summoning anybody. Thank you, Bloodborne. Well, at some point, we'll have that many souls again. Oh, you're still here? I thought you were like an NPC character. Now. Page trousers. We finally got... Well, no, we've had these. Pretty good. Okay, let's get our flasks back from you. What's over here? They should be going this way. Maybe I did, that's right. I've been here. We're getting close to Pumpkinhead again. We're not gonna die to him this time. You'll have quite a bit of souls just from walking back over here. Come at me. I know now. Wait for that. Ah. Oh, jeez. Couldn't do that first time, huh? Is that good in this? The Flamberge? I don't know how to say that. Okay, I need Need astral or whatever. Sombering smithing stones. Okay. Go down. Still no grace, that's right. No, I'm not dropping down there. I mean, these guys, I don't think these flamethrowers have the greatest range in the world. I can kind of just... I should almost not even try to fight them, because... Oh. Whoa. Oh my god. Okay, what's over here first? Oh my fucking god, we did it. Holy shit. Can't level up anymore. I don't think this is the Radahn fight. Yeah, you fight someone first, then Radahn. What's over here, though? Cute. Ow, 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 ow. It's number one. Thank you for following. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Oh, shit. One of these things. I wonder if he teleports me if he gets me. Let's get this cool-looking item first. Red hot wet blade. What is this? You can't get in here, can he? Oh, these things, right? Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna not fight you. Maybe fight you from here. It's like, what the hell's hitting me? Where'd you come from? Thank you, that guy, for 34 months. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Hope your work went well today. It's okay. We have that bonfire now. I'm not dead. Never mind. It's fine. I'm throwing! At least I know I can survive this, apparently. Ow. Okay, I didn't know you could do that. Not fair. Not cool. Oh, that's a lot of souls. used a lot of healing killing that guy. Oh, bullshit. Alright, I need to fight some of these people over here. Come here, you. Yeah, there you go. Nice firebomb. Oh, yeah, me there for sure. No, clean music. Thank you for following. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Come on, you. Excited to see what's in this chest. It better be good. Oh, bullshit. Jesus. Oh, come on. Whew. That's kind of a cool looking fight. Oh, I got his shield. I'm not going to use it, but I'm curious about it. Neato. I think I use this Eclipse Great Shield quite a bit too for the magic defense. This one's got a lot of fire defense. Oh, so does the Firehead one, of course. Favorite live Maiden album? Oh, it's Live After Death. Rock and Rio's good too, but it's Live After Death. Oh, jeez. Okay, we can teleport back to the Grace. The Dan98, thank you so much for 3 months. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What am I missing to be able to do medium rolls? That's my starting one, I believe. Pretty weak headgear on. Don't have anything lighter than that. Let's say I did put these on. And then, like... move now. Yeah, still quite a ways away from it, huh? I mean, it's worth remembering this weapon also pretty heavy. When are you, Grub, coming down to Dollywood? I'm not going to have a chance in a bit. My brother's going to be there pretty soon, though. He's going on a road trip and going to check it out. My younger brother, Chris. I'll get to hear from him what he thinks of it. How misbegotten are you? Now. I don't know. I've not successfully hit that thing yet. Oh, I'm bad. Oh god, there's two people. Need to kill you soon. Okay, thank you. This is the weak fight. I don't think I'm ready for Radahn quite yet, huh? Jesus. Oh, right. Oh, is that right there? God, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Crucible Knight. Okay. Gotta kill this first guy really fast. Yeah, we don't have any. We're not too worried about the souls. It was like 400, so that's fine. We can afford to die a bit here. Staggered. Dagger. Oh god, he's here. He's here already. Oh, I'm in big trouble. Boy, I sure wish I had a summon. That would help. I don't have to worry about those souls anymore. Yeah, we'll kill these guys and unlock Radahn, and then like maybe do some other things before we worry about that. We'll see. Yeah, I definitely need to kill this first guy. And also keep him away from, like... The Crucible Knight slowly walks towards me. If I'm just kind of over on this side, I think it's going to take him a while to get to me at least. We kite him over here. Kind of staggering him like crazy. Oh, okay. Light attack's working really well there. Okay, that was good. Okay, this has so much more defense. Not really. The openings don't seem really large. Oh my god. Okay, so the double swing there's good. Fine. Good after that. Oh, damn. That is a lot of damage. Jeez. Okay. Maybe we need to go get some more things before we do this fight. This is hard. Just whenever he gets to half health, that makes sense. Okay, so I just kept staggering the guy with light attacks. You jump over the ground stop, makes sense. This time he wasn't staggered. Here he goes. Oh, we got the lead. A little bit. Okay. God, I just never hit that. Trying to jump for some reason. You guys gotta learn the moves. Burn down the first guy. Knight won't stagger, that's fine. I don't even know if he bleeds either, which is a problem. Damn it, that's a rough start. Oh, come on, I should be able to hit you out of the air. Oh my god. was gonna say no time to heal. Had to try to yeet it. Yeet it. Force it. I don't know. I just kind of got unlucky with that start there. Most things bleed, but I guess I haven't hit the knight a ton yet. It's hard to tell if he bleeds or not. We might get to death 100 during this. There's definitely some things that don't bleed, I think, or at least have really high bleed resistances. It takes a while. Oh my god. Fucking bad, Mike. Oh boy. Jeez, okay. Let's get better. Let's not swing until there's literally no stamina, hoping we get a stagger. Let's roll away after that. We'll get there. Oh, look at that entrance. Pretty cool. Never seen that before. Been too busy fighting. The skeletons don't bleed. Makes sense. It thinks I don't have blood, right? Let's get a better start. Great. Okay, why am I getting greedy here? Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you. I thought I was told I can't stagger them. Don't die. Wow, so close! Okay. Gotta watch out for that. In the middle of healing. Alright, we're learning. We're learning. Oh, like the interrupting the hit stagger, right. I guess that's... Yeah. They can't flinch. Okay. Get over here. Get closer over here. Damn it. It's like you gotta be so close to staggering. There you go. Alright, buddy. Oh, that hit me? Damn it. How did that not hit me? I'll take it, but... Oh! Oh, I know you can do that. Oh, there's fruit there. Fucking fruit. God damn it. Blocking me. Yeah? Oh boy. Okay, could have been worse. Jesus. Oh, what is that? What? No, 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 no. That's not fair. Oh, shit! Alright, well. Right, okay. Getting there. Getting better. That song is getting better, Fozzie. Alright, two tail swipes. First one, not long range. Second one, almost infinite long range. Got it. Got it. Might be a third swipe, we don't know. We'll find out later. Oh, God damn it. Oh, okay, we both whip. Jesus, Mike. Yeah, kind of an awkward start there. I hit the bleed on him while he was down, which didn't let me do the critical hit. I told AJ about it, don't worry. We recorded a new 90s Disney last night. I do have to kind of be aggressive with this guy, so sometimes he might kill me, but most of the time not. Alright, buddy, what are you gonna do? I think I can usually jump back up from that. Okay, looks like a hit. God, these fucking crates. Swear to God. Kind of a festival as fruit. Don't say a harvest festival. Be banned. Dan. Ah, damn it. Early roll there. Okay, I'm starting to use up my heals here a little too much. Oh boy, I didn't realize how low my health was. Oh, we're doing this already? Come on. Got a bit more range I was expecting. Oh, swings of a weapon, idiot. Alright. Closer. I would definitely like to find some somber smithing stones to upgrade my weapon after this. If we can get the beast scaling, that would be nice. Good enough. Oh, wow. Didn't do do that much damage, but I'll take it. Ow. Ah, I rolled. Yeah. It's like, boy, the jumping heavies do a lot more damage than the light swings. Yeah, this guy not bleeding is an issue. Oh god, I didn't even realize I passed 100. When did that happen? Oh, come on. Don't let that hit me. Oh, I rolled! I could probably still stagger when I tried to roll. Alright, well, was Kayla doing it without summons? Huh? 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 I don't know, maybe she was. Oh my god. I've never even seen you do that. Ready for it too. It's faster than I was expecting. Oh, that hit me still? Using up my heals, come on. That one's not too bad. That hits me, whatever. Shit. fun fight. I'll give it that. Okay. Running out of tricks here. Woo! Radical 20 XDX, thank you so much for following. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Thank you. Oh, the rune's greatsword. I may use this one too for a bit. Again. Alright. Yeah. Oh, probably not. That's right. Intellect. Neat, though. Cool looking weapon. Alright. Woof. Yeah, it's just the little openings there are surprisingly small. Oh, okay. I could probably find that level somewhere. $2,000 runes. It's overkill at the moment. One more of those. That strength. Dex. This part of me, it's like, let's try Radahn once. Let's see how that goes. Oh, this is, I think, exactly what we needed. Let's go upgrade our weapon. You might not be here yet. I know you have to do something to activate that, which maybe we'll look into in a moment. Forget what it is. At least we fought our way here. I know it's a speedrun skip of some kind. I mean, what is it that you have to do? I mean, we've done everything else in the game up to this point, or most of that stuff.
Well, I took you no matter. Lay out your arms then.
Oh, I need just a little bit more. Okay, I wonder if the next level up is the scaling's gonna go up in this thing finally, because I've been waiting for that to happen. Want a smaller one.
Back already, no matter.
Gosh, exactly. Yeah, the next one still doesn't. I would love to get this thing to B at least, Dex. Okay, I'll make it two-handed again. I won't forget. Oh, is it the big elevator stuff? We have one of those medallions for the big elevator. You just want to have both of them. Or we could do the skip. Might have to talk to Ronnie. Where is Ronnie? He's like up here-ish, right? Or maybe over here-ish, something like that. We'll find Ronnie.
How did you slip inside with the gate closed?
I'm smart. That's not ending yet.
If you can fell one of them, I am Jaren.
That's Jaren.
Foolish old. Incidentally, well, it's true. But when the stars align, a war festival honoring the the mightiest demigod of the Shattering. Well, good. As you should. Then all you need is a little. When the stars align.
It's not here yet. Not here yet. All right. I do want to go in this cave, and then maybe let's get this map, and then yeah, there's probably some stuff up here we need to do. There's also another cave there I would like to look at. Getting there. You can kind of just jump into the boss arena. That's interesting. I'm not going to be doing that. No point to just get there early and die. I'm like too high up. Have I ever gotten that grace? What is that grace? I remember this one. What's this? What's going on with this? Okay, cut him off. It seems important. Am I really missing this? I thought like just attack the guy out of it and they're invisible, but maybe there's more to this than I am not remembering. Nope, never mind. I was right. Good, an Ash of War I won't use. Good, good, good. You're protecting. Got some health. You're not dead? Jesus. Hey, 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 hey. Found the cave. Gotta stagger these thing rules. That guy had to die. Just that too. I should use all these other ones, see where I am. Isn't there like a store? Yeah. Almost 6,000. Not quite enough for a level up, right? No. No point using them yet. Hear mining happening. Attack me slower. Oh my god, you've got some health. Why do I bounce off me like that? You're made of rock or something. It's annoying to fight you. At least I stagger you as well. Oh, I forgot the two-hand. That's why I'm like, man, I'm not doing very much damage to these guys. It's happened again. It happened again. Because when I upgrade, it goes off two-hand, and I forget. Oh, that makes sense. Mystery solved. I was like, boy, this place is surprisingly tough. Nope, I'm just stupid. This guy's probably gonna die in one hit now. I said I wouldn't forget, which doesn't really, let's be honest, that meant nothing. Alright, this is much more manageable. Alright, so this is a cave for smithing stone ores. I remember this guy, yeah, there's like a big boy in here. Somber smithing stone. Thrust weapon with bleed. That's kind of neat. I bet this thing's not bad, although I don't have the strength requirement for it. I don't know, you guys tell me, is that considered a good weapon in this video game? I know there's the katana is kind of more by the fire giant, so we'll get that, but it's gonna be wild till we're there. Now. Oh, I got a pickaxe. That's fine. Yeah, I know this sword. This is supposed to be pretty good, and it has been good. Ow. No. Oh my god, I thought I was dead for sure. I'm not. Somehow. Oh. Playing very sloppy, but it's okay. The spear's light for its reach. Yeah, it makes sense. Hey, stop that. Everyone's dead anyways. No one cares. Radahn soldier helm, that's fine. So many smithing stones. You know, we may need someday. That horn may bother me. You don't remember the show Dinosaurs? It's good. It's worth watching still, I think. I think so. Yeah, I mean, I think this connects to another... Okay, that's a boss. Like another, Oh. Oh,
Where did you spring from?
I found him.
This was supposed to be a dead end, I'm sure of it. What's going on here? A door from thin air? Well, stranger things happen at sea. Or so I am the warrior Jar, Iron Fist Alexander. I was heading to Redmane Castle, on the southern edge of the scarlet, rot-blighted Caelid Wilds.
I've been there.
Where a festival is being held. Until I was stumped by that dead end.
You're welcome, dude.
It's time I set off to the festival at Redmane Castle. Doesn't the thought just...
Yeah, I'll see you there.
It's time to the festival. Doesn't the thought...
Do we get a level up on all this? Might be a little short. Might be more than a little short. Well, we could just try to fight the boss, or where does... Again, this goes like the other way, which we're going to have to fight through here, but... Oh, man. Where is this? Huh. Back in Limgrave, huh? Cute. Alright. Let's get a level, then we'll go fight that dragon. Let's get a level on our adventure to get this map. Then we'll go back to that bonfire, we'll kill that dragon, it'll be great. You gonna rock it at Radahn Festival soon? We made it to where it's held. The festival hasn't started yet. I might need to go do some other things. Be able to go a little bit late tonight, though. I'm rested. I don't have to get up to do Game S mornings tomorrow, so. Yeah, those guys give a lot. There's almost enough for my level. God, why am I doing this without cashing in my souls? Because I'm an idiot. What is this? There's nothing here. Oh. Jesus. What is this place? It's just not doing that much damage. It's annoying. Alright, is that all of them? What was the point of being down here? Oh, there's a door here. Meteoric ore blade. Well, looks cool, sounds cool. Probably not for me. Don't fall. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that scary crow thing is around here somewhere too. Oh, Grace, nice. Yeah, level up. I do want to get this to 20. Let's get the map, then we'll see what that does. Ruins. Oh, there you are. Oh, you. Right here. Ow. Well, that rotted me instantly. Whoa. You can come over here. Can't really fight you up there. Guess we're going up there. Awkward as it looks up there. Guess that's what's happening here now. That hit me, huh? Oh, come on, that was gonna be sweet. What is... I don't really know what to do. This is weird. There it is. Oh, for crying out loud, you gotta be fucking kidding me, game. Get him down here! Thank you! I have no shot at this, but here we are. Fucking toast. Probably just be doing this on horseback. Just bless my healing. We're still rotted. Probably not really get anything for doing this either. Oh, I got the bleed. can't happen. Oh, heck, let's kill one boy. Alright. We'll try one more time. Kind of just annoying to even fight this thing. With the dragons, I feel like in general, just wait till you're overpowered and then fight them if you want to. That head. Definitely seems to be a better way of doing this. Not up there again, buddy. Oh, this time. So this time it respawned him. That's nice. Jesus. Well, there's my horse. God. And there goes me. Yeah, I don't really want to do this. Let's just get the souls and get the map. I don't know what this guy drops. I bet it's not important. Incantation. Yeah, but I ain't incanting shit. Get the map. Let's check out that fortress. Probably a lot of souls, and those are nice. Am I a coward for quitting? That's the question. Maybe I'm a coward. Maybe that should make me feel bad. Kinda does. Hit him once first. Run away from that. Maybe the wings are even better than the legs. Seems a little safer, huh? God, this fucking cliff, that's the real boss. Leap. Yeah, we do have to use that. We need her back. Jesus. Oh, fuck. Go there. Relatively easily. Come on. Oh boy, but you're gonna get me there. Jump! Saw that coming. God. Okay, unlucky hit. There we go. Oh, I got lucky there. Just one more hit. Woo! There we go. It's easy. I don't know why you guys told me to give up. Glad I persevered. Oh, there's a ton of souls. That's an insane amount of souls. Jesus. Holy shit. Oh, I forgot sword fighting works like that. I did not know that. LB is the left, right. I was just always trying to hit him on, my right. Good to know. Not bad. Nice, nice, nice. Alright, is there any chance that we can now get light rolls happening? Not really. Yeah, again. I do want to wear some armor. I could put these on now, at least. It must have been pretty close to light. Alright. Difficulty level mitch. Get the map, go to the cathedral. A tree up there. Alright, we got the Kalen map. Very good. We have here. Oh, this is where I go for dragon shit. I'd rather have a sacred tier or whatever. Hey, Jedediah Betis, thank you so much for following. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. All right. Oh, we never did go through the Black Knife Catacombs. We should probably do that now real quick, too. And let's kind of poke up north here. And thank you for subscribing with Prime, Jedediah Buddhist. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Never use. Why does the skeleton have so much health? Fuck you. It's annoying. Doesn't even give that many souls. I'm gonna guess this door is locked. Yep. I have a key. I don't know what's back there. I don't know if it's worth the right using. Oh, come on. What were some of my favorite runs? The Elden Ring run with the 4 people was very good. Watching the Mario 64 pass was great. That was a lot of fun. I think I keep forgetting to finish these guys because I'm stupid. Let's kill you first. Oh, you were the one summoning them. I don't know. Should I use my thing in there? Let's maybe not. Let's maybe save them in case there's really important ones. Balatro was awesome. Yes, that one too. Really good. Keep getting. Come on. Come on. Fucking hell. Oh, I think maybe it's because it's not that. It's because there's a summoner. And I can't actually kill them that way, right? Oh my god. Die, don't die. I was even warned. Yeah, it still works. Just bad. I missed the Super Jam World one. That's when we were recording our podcast. Whoa, there's that crab. I don't see a reason to fight the crab. Ow. The crab's mean to me, though. Hey, I'm literally trying to let you live. I have no quarrel with you, crab. I don't want a crab battle here. You too. Now you're killing your own. In your pursuit for me, your anger, don't you see what has become of you? You are blinded by hate. Look at it's madness. Ow, I'm leaving. God. I think I can ride one of these up, maybe. Is that how that works? Get my ass kicked down here, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, maybe I can't kill these ones. These ones are summoned, huh? There we go, I was right. You know, it's about Red Lobster. I renounced Red Lobster. What else can I do? It's not my fault. Might drop down there later, but not yet. Let's say that's the most. That has to be the shortcut. Even if there wasn't the things, I would have tried that one. We don't have all our heals, but whatever. Ooh, there was a summon there. Oh, it's the Black Knife Assassin. Oh, this place is named after. So this weapon actually might be good, I've heard. For me, we'll see. I have never hit somebody with that thing. I don't even know why I keep trying it. Great. It's a black knife print. That's for Ronnie's quest. Oh, good. Again, I think I got the Ronnie ending the first time I played the game, so I don't really want to just get that again. Where's your knife? Where's this knife? Frenzy Flame. What? Remind me what's required for Frenzy Flame. Wait, is that the one where I have to be mean to my maiden? Because I don't know if I have that in me. Where's this knife? Am I crazy? But Monkey, thank you for 8 months. Appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It was a talisman. Oh. Well, that makes more sense. I never found the gate, the thing to open the gate down here. Maybe it's not super important, but strange. Maybe if I fall down that hole from earlier. The cerulean knife was the weapon. That's what I thought. I don't see the cerulean knife in my inventory. Talisman, gotcha. Okay, where's this going? I think it's gonna take me to the other side of the crab battle. Yep. And here's this. Perfect. Let's just teleport back there. Oh, we gotta kill some skeletons first. Yeah, I see that the door's open. Thank you. Come on, guys. No, I can't. Stay away from me, crabs. Hey, the DLC is really fun though, right? Is there even a boss in here? We already fought it. Yeah, there is. Let's go. Heal. Don't think we all have nope. Remember, the Bloodsword wasn't necessarily the goal. The goal was to do a dex weapon with bleed, and this is one of those, and it's a really good one I can get pretty early in the game, so. Be wary of weak foe. We'll see. Maybe I'll die anyways. But he has ads. Did he know? He didn't get the memo about my no summon run? Okay, if I can hit him, I bet this will be easy. Oh my god. I suck. Oh my god, he's got like no help. I just gotta actually hit him. God. I can't believe I almost lost to that. know that guy likes death root. I have a couple death roots for him. Alright, let's go here. Let's go through here. I'm gonna go here and follow the path for a bit. Let's poke north again. Yeah, looks like a cool summon that we'll never use. Try and get off the horse now. Believe it or not. Oh my god! Jesus Christ. I was like, surely one of these is gonna go through his shield. Nope. Need those souls? Should be easy. It's right there. Then not die to this guy. Gets a decent amount of souls. Jeez. No, you don't. I would love to get, like, another flask, if not another flask upgrade. There's got to be probably one somewhere around. So keep our eyes out for cathedrals or little tiny trees. There's fortifications there. That's bad. There's some ruins. I just gotta check out the ruins. The church. So how about that? God. Like, as soon as I say I want something, I get it. Nice. It's a good thing in life. Yeah, honestly, I think I need more flasks, more so than I need those. I summoned it. Don't say I summoned it. This is a no summon run. I don't really want to go the down path yet. I'd rather stay up. Good to know this is how you do that. That's a merchant, though. Let's talk to them. I can probably level up.
I don't want any trouble.
Don't care. Don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care.
All done? Well, be on your way then.
Close. Actually, not really sure if I have any more. I think I used rune arcs in my initial playthrough. It usually just added stress because it's like, I'm using the good item now. It's not going to help. Okay, there's that. Whee! Whee! So that's the elevator, right? I think over there is where Ronnie lives. I'm gonna push through this instead of trying to fight, because I'll probably just die. I have one of the keys. I think last time I took the cow's way, maybe this time I'll look for where to get the other key. That might be fun that way. I don't know. Hey, that idea guy, we're doing good. I mean, I'm bad about using the consumable items in general. I almost would rather not fuss. Yeah. Again, I'd rather just get better at the fights and start using items that I'm gonna run out of eventually anyways. Project Hail Mary was very good. I liked it a lot.
Spoken echoes of Queen. Shall I share them with? In Marika's own words, the Erd Tree governs all. Become one, to wallow at the fringes. Shall I turn your... Let my hand share them with me.
Your pain! Share it with me! Damn it, Star Trek V is kind of fun, alright? I'm tired of pretending otherwise. I think I'd rather watch Star Trek V than Star Trek 3. Alright. Yeah, I think we go this way. We'll find that secret entrance. That's what we're really trying to do right now. Hey, Mr. Slap. Happy. Thank you for following. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think that's like why I like Star Trek so much, especially that earlier era. Even when it's bad, it's kind of fun. All right. Aha. I see a path. Item, then we'll truck down. Oh, more Combat Annihilation? Yeah. It's a bad movie. It's a pretty fun, bad movie to watch. Stop that. Hey, yeah, the moveset like that thing I fought. Aw, damn it. Is that just a way back here and not a way over there? you guys doing? Maybe we go keep going this way. We'll cross something eventually. Maybe this tunnel even. Doing MMO, it doesn't really seem to be in fashion these days. What the hell's happened with that Riot MMO? I haven't heard anything about that in a while. Ooh. Ooh. Man, did I want one of these? Granted, I probably need more than one seed at this point to get more than these, but I'll take it. Right. Five months ago was the last news on that. There's like the fact there's a Guild Wars 3 is interesting because I'm like, oh wow, someone's making an MMO. Neat. Yeah, I mean, I hope Guild Wars 3 still kind of feels like, you know, an MMO. I like the way Guild Wars 2 felt. I liked how much platforming there was in the early game. So, okay. Help me out. Before I keep going up this way, this is the coward's path, right? This is what this is. I don't know. Should I be doing this right now? Kind of, if anything, I'd look up where that other medallion is. Yeah, this is the other way to get up there. I'm pretty sure it is. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's what this is all about. The side path doesn't lock me out of anything. Is that not the coward's path? You know, like, it's the path to go to that thing. And what I'm really trying to do is get to Ronnie, which... Again, she's over there. Maybe I need to go up there to get to Ronnie, honestly. But if anything, I do want to see where that other medallion is. I can't go to Ronnie yet, no. Let's follow this for a second. See where this goes. I have to go through somewhere to get to Ronnie. Oh, Project Hail Mary was great. It might even be better than The Martian. I liked The Martian quite a bit, but yeah, it's probably better. Let's see what's down here. There's probably a fucking dragon down here or something. Guess we can get up the landmass over there. There's a cathedral up there. That's the magic school, right? Yeah. Shut up. Don't do that. Question is, how do you get up there? This? Oh, get away from me, weird hands with too many fingers. I don't like you. Right? I dislike. Go away. Oh, there's a Hobbit game. I mean, there was that weird GameCube Hobbit game that I still want to play someday. Like, I don't think it's good, but I want to play it. It's like based off the books, not any of the movies, obviously. I don't think that's gonna work. Mount Rushmore Gaming Dragons. Yeah, Spyro for sure. Parathenix, the Skyrim one. Yeah, I think, would you do Deathwing or a Nixia? Maybe you just do a Nixia. There's a lot of good, World of Warcraft dragons. There's a Alexandra, what's their name? Alex something? The Panzer Dragoon dragon, yeah. Oh, gonna get this, I swear. Calamite. I think it might be a Bale now, right? For a FromSoft dragon. Look at me go. Easy. What do you have to say, buddy? Where is the downstairs? Oh, hello. Didn't even notice you for a second. Thought you were a player ghost. Not gonna lie. Bowser's a turtle. Yeah. There's that dragon in Odyssey. I don't know if that's Mount Rushmore worthy. Don't disappear. What's that? You. Man, there's almost always a downstairs somewhere in these places. I'm gonna find it. And hardly this is the one that doesn't. Ridley, kind of a dragon, I don't know. I guess I just kind of think of him as like an alien monster more than anything else. Oh my god, cannot get this. There you go. Again, am I missing it, or is there just not anything else here? Would be surprising. What's this? Mystery solved. This guy. Why do I remember this guy being kind of important?
Well, I presume you are tarnished? Oh, pardon me. It's hardly my place to ask, is it? I am E.G., an old codger who refuses to return. So here I am. Perhaps you'd like a display?
Oh, you can buy somber smithing stones from him, that's why. Granted, what I really need is a, somber smithing stone 6 now.
Something. Oh, what? When I'm absorbed in my smithing, if you come too close, I am, after all. You don't know how hard it is not to break anything.
Doing that. They don't want me in this castle. Isn't this kind of getting close to where Ronnie is? Oh, I think. We'll see. We go through here, and then we fight that, like, spirit version of that horseback lady. Caria Manor. Yeah, I think we're getting there. Yep, I think this is the spot. There we go. We are accomplishing things we want to do. Let's go. Ow. Okay, guys. Jeez. You guys just drop somber smithing from that. God, this pants look freaky as hell. There's no way this is gonna open right away, huh? Jesus Christ, Mike. Get up. Get up. I just go down the main path for now. I can always just go back and get my flask back, but whatever. It's fine. Pretty area. Oh shit. get one hit in, I can start staggering. Or maybe not. I don't have to worry about somber smithing stone 2s again. Oh. I mean, you can crouch run in this game, so it's like, I may as well. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, get a snack. Be right back, everybody. I almost forgot. You guys want to see the Hallmark ornaments I got during the holiday premiere event? I went a little hard. There's just so many good ones. Like this, the Tears of the Kingdom one here. There's Link. I like Tears of the Kingdom a lot. You push a button, it plays the Tears of the Kingdom theme song, which we all know is a absolute banger. We should play the part with the saxophone. Crotch walking. What else we got here? This is neat. I know, like, sometimes these are expensive. If you're looking for one that's not that expensive, like, this one's $11.50. It's still really neat. There's a Sonic 2 cartridge replica. This one's really nice. Very nostalgic for Sonic 2. This is one of the limited editions for the this premiere thing, so I had to get this. It's a Maleficent dragon from Sleeping Beauty. Looking pretty freaking cool. Yeah, just like the way this guy looks. So this one I was really excited about. They had a version of this in the early 90s that we had in our family. This is the shuttlecraft Galileo from the original Star Trek. And they had Spock record like a news message on it that would play Shuttlecraft to Enterprise, Shuttlecraft to Enterprise, Spock here. Happy holidays. Live long and prosper. So this is back. It says that. I think it also has a new thing that it'll say too sometimes. So yeah, really excited to this. I still have my original. It doesn't. The voice sounds terrible in it now, so it's nice to have this. Also, this will run on batteries instead of trying to plug it into the lights like you used to have to do. Remember that? A few more. Like I said, one hard. This is the other big one. They've done a classic console every year, and they have been awesome. And this one is the PlayStation 1. So that's pretty cool. And again, if you push the power button on this one, it'll play the PlayStation boot up sound. These are all Hallmark ornaments. It makes the boot sound. Yep. So this one is... the classic consoles have been great. They have done NES, Super Nintendo, Genesis, and Dreamcast, original Xbox, and 360. This is the first PlayStation one we've actually got. So here's the PS1. I wouldn't be upset if next year we got the PS2. Yeah, and they all play like a startup sound or a classic song. We don't have 64 yet. We don't have GameCube yet. I don't think we have 64. I was pleased we got Dreamcast as early as we did. This is a neat one. Just 2 for 1. You get Espeon and Umbreon. I like the Eevee evolutions a lot. I like Gold and Silver a ton. Those are both cool Pokemon. And one more. Just Mickey Mouse riding Soren. Mickey Mouse on the Soren ride vehicle. That's cute. That's fun. So, I had to have that. Yep, that's the haul. I like Christmas ornaments. Probably most excited about the PS1 and the Shuttlecraft Galileo. Yeah, they make all sorts of cool kind of pop culture-y ones. They almost always have a lot of Star Trek and Star Wars. They have a lot of Harry Potter, a lot of Disney, and yeah, they started doing more video game ones recently, which is neat. Yeah, there's some good Star Trek ones. I need to get a replacement for my Deep Space Nine one. It kind of broke at one point. There's the Defiant one I also never got. Need to get that. Okay. The issue is, like, the Star Trek ones, a lot of them now are like this ship from Strange New Worlds or something else I don't really watch. Although they have the Lower Deck ship this year, and I need to watch that show. Maybe I'll watch the show and I'll have affinity for a ship and I'll get that. Yeah. I think I'd like Lower Decks. The fact everyone likes Lower Decks is promising, because everybody really wanted to hate that show because they thought it was just going to be like Rick and Morty Star Trek. By the way, is anybody ready to talk about... Does anybody even want to hear it? That the new season of Rick and Morty is pretty good. Can I tell you guys this is a safe space? Did you see that, like, Fern Gully episode? Just saying. The fan. Yeah, I don't know. And whenever the argument for something is like the fans suck, I'm kind of like, all right. Well, I don't have to talk to them. Hey, babe. I'm not watching the show with them. People would say that about Undertale all the time, right? And I've never had to have a conversation or be forced to have an interaction with an Undertale fan in my life. Yeah. I mean, you guys have seen other Disney fans. You think I let them ruin shit for me? Hey, have you guys seen video game fans? Oh boy. Ooh. No, that's enough. Probably enough to use a fire flask, actually. Whoa, why is this wolf at so much health? Go die. We have a gate named after us, right? There's 2 gates. Hell yeah. This is huge. I came from this way. Yeah, we're getting kind of close. So, oh, there's a ladder. Okay, neat. I remember. Oh, damn it! I remember this boss. This was a boss where I grinded a lot as like I would put my summon signal down and let other people summon me, and I would fight this boss a lot because it was not too difficult, and I would get a lot of runes each time. Yeah, I remember when Hot Topic was nothing but Night Before Christmas. I remember that whole movie just suddenly exploding like 10 years after it came out. I was like, oh, that's interesting. Hot Topic did have good video game merch for a while. In fact, the first time I ever saw a video game shirt at a place was the first time I saw a Hot Topic at the City Walk in Hollywood, Universal City Walk. It's like probably 2004. Maybe 2006, somewhere around that time. And it was just a shirt with, like, the Metroid 1 box art on it. And it was sweet. I loved that shirt. I remember at the time being like, holy shit. Video game merch. Wow, how hard that was to find for quite a while there. I wonder if... part of me wonders if it was actually even licensed from Nintendo. No reason to fight that guy. The boss is right up here. I remember this area quite well. You got a duck one, huh? Duck hunt one that's similar? Yeah. I think they did a few of those like classic black or gray box ones. Back when they were like, we're gonna show you what the actual game looks like on the box, so it's not misleading. Here we go. Plenty of damage. She does some damage too, though. don't think I can bleed a ghost, unfortunately. Ooh, okay. We're fine. Ow. Oh, bullshit. I should have one-shot that. Oh, there's a stake? Right, that's nice. Did I thank Mr. Slap Happy for following? I'm not sure. Thank you, Mr. Slap Happy. We want those runes back. Not quite enough for a level up. Go talk to Ronnie now. You will contain yourself. Wrong way. I forgot you can get on your horse in this fight. Weird. Yeah, Ronnie did nothing wrong except for maybe murdering her brother or whatever. Without cause, just for scheming purposes. Nicola's Lily. Yeah, maybe if we were there, like, that guy was a jerk. It's not like everyone actually really liked that guy, though, to be honest. To kill this dragon, I might. I don't know. Got the other towers first. We can go up this one. The dragon just disappears. I think the dragon's just here to protect Ronnie, right? I don't know. I have some runes. Not there we go. Get this to 40. Don't worry about vigor and endurance again. 40 is the soft cap, right? Is it higher than that? Thank you, Mad. Hello.
A tarnished here. Thou must have some business in mind to come all this way, though I have no memory of inking thee an invitation.
No particular reason.
In particular, thou claimest.
Just see what's up.
Intriguing. Then mayhaps fate hath steered thee to this encounter.
Maybe.
Wilt thou enter into my service? I am the witch Radahn.
It's fine to say yes, right? Even if I'm not
I
doing.
stole death long ago.
If I'm not
and
doing
searched
the
now for
ending.
the dark path, that I might one day upend the whole of it, and rid the world of all that came before. Well, has that roused thy interest?
Yeah, I should still serve her, right? I mean, I really want to be clear, also. But, like, this doesn't lock me into her ending or lock me out of something else, does it? Yeah, you're good.
I see. A choice well made. Thou art a rare sword. Not many would have accepted the offer.
Oh, really?
But I require as much of those under my command. I anticipate good work from thee. Good. There is, in my service, a half-woven warrior. By the name, I would have thee join him in searching for the hidden treasure of Nokron. I have called for Blythe to greet thee below. Ah, and there wilt thou find Iji, my war counselor. Heed not their peculiarities. I am sure the others will speak with the thou needst not. It hath been a passing long time since.
Right. Your wife. I married Ronnie. What are you talking about? Hello.
Oh, so you were the one. Again, I am Iji.
Oh, you again,
the
right?
Karian royal family's dedicated blacksmith. I'm told that you are searching for Nokron with. I will give you what. Let us give all that we can together. Let us together. For
Yeah.
Lady Rani.
For sure.
I heard about name's Blythe. Sworn sword to Mistress Rani. Glad to have you aboard. Well, getting right to business. I'm situated in Limgrave right now. The eternal city of Nokron lies somewhere at the bottom of this land. I'm planning to go below through the well in the Mistwood. See if I can't find the road to Nokron from there. I'm going below through the well in the mist. See if I can't. Don't keep me waiting.
Well, in the Mistwood. Oh, there's the map. Missed that. Is that different from the well I found earlier? Or is that well I already was in?
I see. Yes, I've heard all about you. I am Sullivan. I don't know what it is the mistress sees, but since we have the misfortune of I ask that you kind. I reside in... Come and pay me a should you wish to be. If it were up to me, I would. But who am I?
Oh, great. There's that other tower. Heck. Where am I stuck? They won't let me leave. Oh well, fine. Alright, do I need to make Blight underground to get this festival going? Is that what's up? Yeah, I guess we gotta talk to Ronnie first before anything else. Down there. Check that out later.
I shall soon enter my slumber, and it will be some time before I wake. This doll's body is not without its hindrances. Still, I look forward to the good. I shall soon, and it will be some. I look.
This is a shortcut, yeah. Alright, let's go to the other tower real quick for funsies. Oh, hi. It's fine. Are we going to the first tower again now?
Well, you... Did you not realize I was merely being polite? Perhaps I'll give you... I'd like you to find a woman called Nepheli to... Even you can... Good. Now I shall hand over... Find Nepheli, I expect.
Hey, is this poison?
The only thing I will hear... Are we under... I have enough...
Double joke toward adds fall distance? Well, good to know. I thought it was being real cute. Oh, I didn't even think there's something over there. I just wanted to jump. Oh, neat. Fortunately, it's worse than just my wolf head. Let's get this map real quick that I missed. Then again, I think going back below to the area I was at before, progressing through there is my fastest way of unlocking the Radahn Festival. That's an actual question. If you know, if you don't know, don't think about it. You have to look it up. Just wondering. If not, I'll look it up myself real quick. Well, or just do it. Go down there. See what I find. We did find Ronnie, so that's important. He said the cave was in the Mistwood. We're getting to the Atlas Plateau. What's that? Is that the thing above us that we haven't done yet? Above the lift? Let me see where I get this other medallion. So I have the right. Let's see where we get how tree secret medallion left. Let's look that up real quick. To be found in Castle Sol. Oh god, I gotta beat Commander Niall. I remember that guy. That's hard. Well, be fun though. Let's see, where's Castle Sol at? How the hell am I supposed to get there? Oh wait, is it by where I teleported? There's other medallions. Yeah, because unless I teleport, I don't know how I'm getting to Castle Sol this early. And also, good luck killing that guy for me. So we're not doing it that way. The Dectus medallion. Dectus medallions. Where are these two halves? This is not my first playthrough. Alright, so the Dectus medallion is not that far off. It's just a little bit further into Caelid. So I could get that pretty, or at least the one half of it. What about the other half? What about the... That was right, where's left? Port height. And oh, the left's even easier. Okay. We can do this. One of them's right here. This train. I wonder how you get to that castle early. There must be a teleportation thing somewhere. But again, I don't want Commander now. Right now would be pretty rough.
Welcome.
Hello.
Welcome, valued. Please, I'm hungry.
You don't have anything I want. Sorry, buddy. Sucks to suck. This place is pretty early in the game. We could get here, so I imagine we're gonna have a relatively easy time now with it. Oh, nice. Another seed. God, yeah. We'll be fine here. Not play the complete jackasses, though. Oh, wait. Midnight Madness. Ow, 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 ow. Yeah, all sorts of goodies in here. I think it's up this tower. I think it's in this chest. Alright. And the other one is like somewhere over here. Let's get to these ruins first. So, go a long way around. Continue going down this path. I do like treasure at the top of towers. That's true. Don't have to worry about that dragon bothering us. Rot dragon, you'll get caught up in the rot dragon. Merchant? Yep.
Vamos.
Actually might buy these bracers. It might help me. Oh, yeah, they're slightly. Ooh, this is light load. Screw it. Who needs briefs and shoes? We're footless now. This is what I look like. Who needs all that armor? We got light rolls. See if I regret this. I worry about this gate. What's that noise? Oh. Mystery solved. I haven't heard that pirate from Soft Rumor. What is this? Why does this look like such an important message? Oh, stop by the shack. Okay. What the? I kind of remember you.
Apply Angari. I'd hoped to ask for a strapping young tarnished, able to don't fret. I'll provide. Should you I will teach you the secret of Celia. Ah, then I need your help. Her name is Millicent, resting at the church atop the cliff.
I remember this not going well.
The rotting sickness. When the Erd tree flourished, even the demigods could not stave off its effects. But Millicent's suffering can. For this, you are to seek the deep scarlet swamp of the needle made from unalloyed. First, you must find it's hidden somewhere. Then I will tell you the secret.
Might need to be going up there. I don't know if I really want to go in this town yet. Let's see. Yeah, well, actually, it's kind of past. Well, no, we need to go down that path. This town I vaguely remember. Yeah. I don't want to do all this right now. I don't think there's a reason to yet. I need to go back to the gateway, then go down this path, which... How do we do that? No, I do need to go here. Maybe it's the only way to get up. Because I'm not seeing an elevator or stairs. Well, there's those, but I think I have to get down. Maybe I'm going through the town. There's an easier way. I mean, if it's like really easy and able to be explained to me. There was a message up there. If I found the easier way, I doubt it. Oh my god. Yeah, let's get out of here. Northwest on the other side of the lake. There's quite a few lakes. Where has this virtuoso done even? You think we have to light these things? One. Tail was broken somewhere in town. Which one? Wasn't that one? Okay. Where was Gondor when the Westfold fell? You know, it's kind of rude. Oh boy, what is this? Usually when I get to the... Okay. Oh, well, did some damage at least. Souls that I get for that, I'm guessing not a ton. Maybe 2,000 will level up, no, 20,000 level up now. Dauntless Days mod for Total War, Pilia, looking for it into War of the Ring setting. Oh. Really what I'm looking for a game, but okay. I need to go up. Maybe that other one will let me go up, so let's just find some more. If we lit that one, there's two other ones somewhere, or at least one other one. Now, why did I get to the rest site? Now all these assholes are back alive. One up there. Ow, 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 ow. They're attacking me with their books. They know I can't read. Okay, did I try opening this door? I don't know how else I would reach this one unless I go from above. That's a puzzle. That's a puzzler. That's a shitty place for one of those. Hey, a painting. Let's item first. Any sounds? Ah. No. You coming down here, buddy, to get me? Alright, made that work somehow. Right. Hopefully this is the main one. Let's see. Did that seal dissipate? I'm not... I think it did. I think it did. No. Also that guy. Maybe I should try to get to him up here. Oh, and you. Let me get this first, then I'll worry about you. Is Riddler the best Riddler in video games? No, that guy from Liza P. I have to admit, I'm a sicko. I like the torrent platforming. I say as I fail it. Alright, great. How do I get back up there? What are you? Oh, God. Crying out loud. Oh! I have to get a fucking crossbow out, really? Thank you, God. And there's that one, like, over here. What was that? Get here. Let's see what this is. Oh. Maybe I should kill you first. Imbued sword key. What the hell is an imbued sword key again? Just a fancy, a better one? Don't care to look for it anymore. Ow. Here we go. Here we go. Not worrying about whatever those things are coming out of the ground. Ah! What the fuck? Cute. Get away from me, ball. Alright, these guys. Oh, cool. Good noises. Scare me, buddy. Another one of these. Oh, here she is. Man, we're doing great. Don't have the thing for you yet. You're looking great.
Well, my flesh writhes with... It is a curse. If you are wise, my flesh...
Yeah, we'll come back someday to help her. Okay, we need 3 golden seeds. We need 1 more of those. Oh, fairly sad listening to her suffer. We'll try to get her that needle at some point here. Oh, I got this. That's a... Whoa, not an 8. Jeez. Alright, let's go meet the road. Let's get the map, then we'll get our bearings. Think there's any dragons in the dragon barrow? That'd be crazy. Hey, it's a dragon. It's a big tower. There's all sorts of dragons. Crazy, I'm not fighting them. All that. It took your meat. I think we're going there. I remember this tower. I remember it caused me some headaches. I'm not too gonna worry about it right now. I can't remember if there's anything important in there. Our concern right now is the Radahn festival. So maybe I'd like to try to get Radahn tonight. We'll see how that goes. Oh, fuck. Well, that's a real dragon. I'm not even gonna try to fight this dragon yet. Don't worry about it, dude. Just passing through. I'm going the wrong way now. Have I done that minor Earth tree? For fuck's sake. This place was not falsely advertised. Here's what we came for, the fort. Here we go. I'm sure there's a lore video in the pot, people. There's a lore video for everything. This is the place. How will we ever get in there? Blocked by wood. Oh, plastic poison. Good thing there's a thing right there. Sport's gonna suck, isn't it? Just run past this room with the bats. I really don't want to have to fight bats. How can the bats get me up here? No shit. Is this it? This easy? It is. Alright, let's poke around, I guess, a little longer than that. We got what we came here for. Oh, shit. Piss off, ghost. Did. Guess I'm going down here. Golden Rune 12. Jesus. Big rat. Ha, found this thing finally. What is that? Raken's foreskin? Oh, it's one of these kind of Jimmy Jams, huh? Anyway, we got what we need. Let's get out of here. Let's go up the elevator. Can level up. Probably our health. No, I don't really know how this works, but we'll figure that part out easily enough, I'm sure. I'm not gonna try jumping. Oh, hoist medallion. Again, I didn't do this last time, unless somebody took that crazy way. Get hoisted. Is that my rug's the cape? Yes, kinda. Look at these proggies. We already are going up to the plateau. Kind of look like Wanderer from Shadow of the Colossus right now, don't I? Yeah, we'll call that intentional. These guys be surprised. Damn it. All the way there. Ow! Oh! Maybe I should have gone on bonfire. Yeah. Well, we could probably skip the cutscene at least. I still want to kill these guys, I'm not gonna lie. Come back over here, buddy. Whoa, whoa. Come here. I can't fight you there. Your friend will arrow me. Maybe we should kill Arrow Man first, actually. Generous. rolling bullshit. You know what? We're switching to you. That's not a great idea. He's got fire! Bullshit. Oh, I'm dead again. Okay, we're gonna get Arrow Man first this time. It'll be great. It'll pass. Look how fast we are now. There's our bear tooters. Foreign. For both of them, with the arrow, no. I just gotta. This is gonna work. I just gotta do the arrow guy first. The guy kind of screwed me over with the way he kind of ran off to the side there. Look, we'll even use this weapon art. It's probably gonna actually hit this time. Look at that. Look, it's down and everything. Buddy! Die! Oh my god. There. Now it's easy, baby. Man, they don't get much. All that work. Yeah, throw your rocks at me. I don't care. Okay, never mind. You're gonna actually get the critical hit for once. Bam! Gotta be Grace somewhere. Ow. I'm not dead. Thorn's not dead. Now Thorn's dead. There you go. Oh my god, don't die again. Really, I'm tired of that elevator. Aggro them, actually. Ooh. Both good. Where's that Grace? There it is. All right. was about to say, I think this one's gonna talk to me here. I wouldn't sit like that, dude.
The Erd Tree is close.
Yeah, it is.
Only a little further till the foot of the Erd Tree. And the accord is fulfilled. It takes me back. I was born at the foot of the Erd Tree, where Mother gave me my purpose. Though now,
Do we know who her mother is?
everything is lost to me. I have to ascertain for myself
Is it just,
the reason for which
America?
I live, burned and bodiless.
Okay, let's get this map real quick. Alright, let's see. Actually, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick too. Be right back. Hey, people here. Looks like a festival. There's Blade.
Thought I might find you here, I must admit. I was a little worried. We missed our meeting.
Yeah, my bad.
But it looks like you're still in one piece, eh? You must have heard by now, right? That Starscourge Radahn holds Rani's fate in stasis.
I did not hear that.
Once he's out of the way, it'll spring back into motion. So now, we stand against the demigod once known as the strongest of them all. The way ahead is pleasingly simple.
It's like the weird amount of souls I have right now. It's not worth grinding out a level. But it's like enough that I'm going to want to try to pick them up each attempt, which is going to be annoying. Oh, there's this big boy, though. Okay, right. They were closer than I thought. I got that 12 seed. Right. Now we need to go. Let's double back and kill some shit here to grind low. There's some big boys in here. Were some good souls. Is the place empty now? Because the festival's happening, it seems kind of quiet. No, there's someone. That guy's still down there. Yeah, let's kill these things. We'll kill both of them. Wait, what if I lose my souls? Wait, is this stupid? Nah, it's fine. Kind of hurting each other, which is nice. Oh, they're hurting me pretty badly too, though. Well, light rolls, though. Huge. Yeah, thank you, thank you. Good to know. Oh boy, don't die. Alright, well, I bet the one doesn't respawn at least. So I just gotta kill that guy by himself now. Yeah, it's just one down here now. There's souls first, please. It's fast. Go. And that'll do it. Do I have any interest in Halo? Sure. I mean, I kind of want to play that campaign again, I guess. Not some big Halo guy, but if it's good, I'd want to check it out. God, give me exactly what I needed. All right. Well, let's see how this goes.
Champions! Welcome! The stars have aligned! The festival is nigh! General Radahn, mightiest demigod of the Shattering, awaits you! Champions! Prepare!
I really understood this. Like, why does Radahn come to life during all this? Whatever. We had to hear this guy talk.
Festival!
Hello.
Are you good and the festival begin?
Sam
Before we
Neopast?
begin, allow me to paint you the full picture.
Really?
General Radahn is
Just now popping up.
Jeez.
Jeez. How old was he? Oh, that's 78. I mean, it's like I never thought like, oh yeah, he must be that old. But gosh.
Scarlet rot. His wits are long gone. Now he gathers the corpses of former friends and foes alike, gorging on them like a dog. Howling at the sky. But now, we must make merry. O gathering of champions, the revels begin! the celebration of war. The Radahn Festival!
Yay. Where is that thing actually? Here it is. There you go. Speaking of Sam Neill, got this beauty, right? One's for you. Here, everybody should scare an obnoxious kid today in his honor. Yeah, it's a bummer. I'm glad he got paid for that Jurassic World movie I'll never watch. Also, Hunt for Red October. Good stuff. Alrighty. No summons. There they all are. That's just the people. Let's see how this goes. Off to a bad start. Damage is okay. Boy, stay close to him. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. Damn it. Ow, ow. Every time I get hit. Trying to desperately bleed him or knock him back or something. I forgot he's on his tiny horse. I guess it's a normal sized horse. I guess he's just big. Survived that longer than I thought I would have for a while there. But not bad first attempt. Keep this up. Maybe get this done. Yeah, the damage is good. Oh yeah, the sword art. Let's try not to get hit as much on our approach this time. Damn it. Whoa, what happened there? Oh, those arrows are still following. My bad. Maybe. Yeah, I think a armored core mech might help. They couldn't put the stake just right by this thing, by the way. I had to do this little, like, walk every time. Okay. There you go. Gotta go completely vertical. Jesus. Close. How long do those fall for? Fuck. Oh, damn. That was under him. I kind of got lucky for a while, huh? What was I doing? Gotta be a bit more careful. Oh, that's right. There's a catacomb somewhere back here, huh? To do about that. Jesus Christ! Hated that. Exactly. Ow. Oh, got lucky there. How am I missing you? You're huge. Hard to hit him right now. I was like, boy, thought I could skip. What's that, Mike? Running on heels. Got it in that first attempt. Real good. Been a bit harder since then. Get a bleed or a stagger. Can I kill his little horsey? Do I get him off of that eventually? Because that would help. I think we do. this is it is fun doing this fight without the summons, I have to say. It's a real fight now. I don't know why it gives me so many spears. Does it want me to use them? Well, you're doing that. Oh, I got the bleed. Holy shit. That's huge. That's good damage. Ah, damn it. Huge, 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 huge. Oh, right. I remember this. Run! Run! Ah! Where are those gonna fall? Ah! I should have I thought I'd back roll. Alright, close. I don't know why. I thought I back rolled there. I should have forward roll. Got spamming a little bit. Okay, we got this though. That is a cool attack, man. Oops. Alright. Getting that bleed. The bleed is huge. When I got that bleed off, that was intense. That did a ton of damage. And then the stagger right after it. Dawn 117. I hate that. Ow. Damn it. Damn it. Yeah. It's not a great start there. don't know if that hit. Kind of seems like it didn't. There's the bleed. I'm getting too thirsty for it, Mike. Oh, I rolled. I was getting too thirsty for the stagger. My bad. Gotta be a little bit more careful than that. I'm getting way too greedy. Wish I knew how to avoid these. Like, when he does the shotgun, maybe I just should be getting off of my horse earlier so I can actually dodge through the shotgun spears. I don't know. Don't go at him quite as fast. I can trigger him to do another one of the long boys. Give him some more time to get close to him. Gonna eat it once there, I guess. Whoa, really? Oh, really? A lot of damage. If I can just survive a few more things here. Okay, where's he coming from? Where are you coming from, buddy? Where are you coming from? There you go. Oh my god. Die! Ah! That went really well. Jeez. Look at that. Oh, yeah. That was great. Oh, that was fun. That was a lot of fun. That was a cool fight. Thank you, Bite Beach. Thank you, everybody. Tell you what, I think bleed helped with that. I do just look like the Shadow of the Colossus guy, man. Yeah, bleed was huge. The red mark was made on my map. Where? Hey, Blade. Do what I did?
Oh, what a sick way to fight, eh? The glory of the clash is shared. By Radahn. And you. And did you see that afterwards? A falling star right before our eyes. I can't fathom how Radahn was holding back something of that scale. He was a living legend if ever I saw one. And the path has now been cleared. To Nokron, where Ranni's fate will be decided.
Right.
Let's meet where the falling star bit the earth.
All that stuff
We'll take
about
up our
Ronnie.
swords once more for Mistress Rani.
Hey, Alexander. Did you enjoy the fight?
Ah, hello there. It was a battle marvelously fought. You are well and truly a champion, friend. I, on the other hand, am nothing but a crock.
Oh.
One hit was all it took to crack me, and for my insides to come spilling out. After that, I hid like a coward.
Probably for the best,
And as
dude.
such, I can hardly stand to face one such as you.
Did you try rolling?
But don't you think I've given up just yet. As luck would have it, there's a veritable mountain of warriors' bodies right here. If I can just squeeze this bunch down inside me, I'll be a mighty warrior again in no time.
If you do what?
You know, the bodies found here are exceedingly fine. Who could expect any less from the very warriors who fought in the Shattering? The greatest of all wars. Just you wait and see, friend. I'll grow even stronger. Just you wait when next we meet. Their bodies, who could expect? Just...
This is where the crater was, right? I want to leave. Yeah, let's find that catacomb entrance. I was like, I realized just how many souls I got for that. Jesus. Guess this is definitely the big boss. Yeah, I'm gonna be wrapping up here pretty soon too. Find this catacomb entrance. But what? I'm glad I had the light rolls. There's these enemies with their giant attacks and like 6-hit combos. It's important to roll the hell out of there. More so than the armor. Heavy roll. I used to heavy roll because I was stupid. Forget where exactly the catacomb. Somehow it's gonna be the last place I looked. I should have followed the shore the other way to find this thing, huh? Alright, look, it's looking like it. What? Why'd I get souls just now? Who died? Not down here, is it? Well, there's something down over here, huh? Doubt it. I think so. Why does somebody hit the water here? These people Just chilling out at the water. Just follow it this way real quick. Might go check out the meteor site real quick too, because that'll keep me up at night. Pretty good proggies today, though. Got up to the plateau. We did the Radahn festival. We saw Ronnie. I mean, I guess. I mean, we got to go through the place, the capital, the first time. Just gotta do that. At some point, Rykard, right? Which for Rykard, should I still just use the gimmick weapon? I don't know if that's a fun challenge to not use that thing and just try to, right? I don't know. It is 3 of the Remembrance bosses down, yeah. We got Godric, we got Renala, and now we've gotten Radahn. Yeah, we need Rykard still. Millennia at some point. Guess we'll go see if there's any items I want from these guys, although I doubt it. Yeah, I mean, he is kind of a gimmick, but that's kind of the point of it. Alright, where are these catacombs even at? Why don't I remember? All the way at the shore, like this way. Did I give up too soon? But yeah, look at that. Thank you. I was, man, remember, it's like that fucking the meme with the guy mining and giving up the last moment before he hits gold. That's me. I'm a joke. Remind me, we have to do these at some point, because I'm not going to do them now. But we got the grace. Alright, I can't even teleport out of here yet. I have to go use the thing. Okay, I'm all the way back over there now. I'll be curious how Consort Radahn goes at the end of the run. Doing it the first time, even with my Mimic tier, took quite a while. But I'm better at these games these days. Also, I did it before post-nerf. I can now... Oh, I see. It's good. Gotcha. Thank you. Right. Check that out in a second. First, I want to... Yeah. Hey guys, you hear what I did?
I've decided I'm off in search of a noble scholar.
I'm looking for
known
Gold
as the
Mask.
Gold Mask. We may not meet again for some time. If there's any incantation, may the Golden Order.
I haven't visited your friend. Oh.
The map indicates where it will lead you to Garank.
Yeah, I haven't done that yet. Sorry, my bad. What about you, hugging lady? You still sticking around? I haven't really done anything with you yet.
Oh, had a change of...
Yeah. I might do some research on endings between this and next stream so I could maybe pick one. Figure out what I actually want to do.
I had my only once before. Look there. Fine work, brave Tar. You have earned the right to now. Seek the Erd Tree to become Elden. The finger as much from you as they do young Gideon.
Is Gideon again?
Now become.
Here, dude. Ooh, these leggings are pretty light. Perhaps someday.
I'll go for the door.
I just want to see this crater real quick. Is it the mean magic person? I hated that guy. I forgot how big this was. Can I just jump down there? I guess it's no. This way. Don't double jump with horse. Got it. Well, curiosity's getting the best of me. I really do need to wrap things up, so we gotta find a grace down here now. Careful. Some good grease. Here. Why did I jump? Ugh. I don't know if I can make that jump. Something over there. I ain't risking that. Yeah, screw that. I ain't fighting you, Goo. I got no quarrel with you. I don't think I've ever even activated my Great E rune. Jesus. Yeah, I think we're getting close to Mimicked here, which we'll do that fight for sure. I won't cheese it. I won't take all my equipment off and then fight him. We'll actually fight Mimicked here. I mean, can I fall here? I don't think I can. I'm not going to. Just keep going this way for a moment. Oh, never mind. It's a dead end otherwise. Well, I could fall here, yes. Question is, do I want to? There's I see it's elevated there now. Didn't notice that. Fine. Are you guys difficult? I don't think I've seen you before. Nope. Here we go. Right. Let's not push any more forward here for now. Let's see where we are. Arrow in my hand. Interesting. Very close to that last one, just on a different part. I gotta remember it's this one that really matters. Alright. Good stuff. Definitely need that on. Wait. Put that on. 18 hours, level 63. Good proggies, good proggies. Alright. Might be streaming some more tomorrow night. Sometimes streams on Monday nights, we'll see. See how I feel. Nothing else going on. Not sure what else is going on yet. We'll have our meeting to figure out content for the week at Giant Bomb. Alright. Pretty late. Well, good, but Nocturnal Hannah is still doing Final Fantasy 13. Neat. Alright, Hannah. Oh, I spelled it wrong somehow. Raid. Nocturnal Hannah. There we go. First try. Alright, thanks again, everybody. You have a good night. I know I will. I'll see you later. Bye-bye.